quite unprepared this morning. So, yeah, we'll see what kind of fun things we can get up to today. Okay, so to start off with, I'm going to finish a couple little gnomes that I've been making. I need my pom-poms. So I got this ginormous bag of pom-poms from Amazon. Whoops. And a lot of colors, I just really didn't know what to do with. And plus, these ones that you get in the big bag, they're kind of shitty. So, I've been making gnomes with them. That's too close to the other one. Do. Just like this. I don't know if it's, it looks green, it looks brown. I don't have a freaking clue. Okay, I like that one though. So they look kind of crappy. They're all smashed up and stuff. And it says on their directions that you're supposed to just be able to find the little loopy in the center and give it a good shake and everything should be okay. Well, that's not exactly the case. So we find the little loopy and we give it a good shake and it still looks terrible. So I've been taking a comb and combing them out just to kind of give them a little something. So that looks better. Looks a little bit better. I think we're going to do that. Okay, I need some stuffing. And to do one of these, you don't need much in the way of the stuffing department, but you're still going to need some stuffing. And then, of course, this is what they turn out to look like. They kind of, I don't know, they kind of remind me of ZZ Top, but they're still stinking cute little ornaments. Alright, so let's get to cracking here. Thank you for the likes. So I do about 60 rows on my 22 pin to make the hat. And I take my tail ends and I go back down through and I'll stuff it now. Because this is kind of the only thing that you're going to be using hot glue for is the nose. We'll put hot glue on the wooden nose, and that's it. Your tail ends here, and you're just gonna, that little loop that we had to find, you're gonna run those tail ends through that loop. She would love a knitting machine. They're really easy to use. Like, I had my 6-year-old nephew in here with me one day playing with it. Okay. So you stuff the hat as much. Oh. Okay. to take our little loop here and we're going to feed our tails through it. And then we're going to send this back up through the middle. It's going to go back the way it came. You give the brim a little flip up. Thank you for the follow. And then whichever side looks the best, I will put the nose on. Okay. So I try to tie a knot in it right down by the hat. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And honestly, I don't even know if it's even doing any good. It just makes me feel a little bit better about myself. Okay. And it kind of, that little knot there kind of holds that little indentation in the hat. And I think I'm going to put his nose right there. And then I just take the yarn, because you're going to need something to hang it by, right? And I just do a couple little knots in the top of the yarn. And then chop it off. And then I hang them from up here. That's just me. Oh no, is my hot glue gun dead? No. So for the nose, I get these 1-inch little knobbies from Hobby Lobby. This was like $5.49 and you get 16 in the bag. I don't know if these ever go on sale or anything like that. They may not. Who knows? I also put these cute little snowflakes. I found these little tiny wooden snowflakes at Hobby Lobby. They came in a big, like a big package. I don't know where my big package is, but I just sprayed some aerosol craft glue on it and put glitter on it because they're just wood when you get them. And my dog and my cat are acting like little fools. So we are going to load this little ball here up with plenty of glue. Let's see, where was that at? Right there. And I just take it and I just kind of shove it up in there. And if I can catch like the bottom side of the brim, that's even better. Because that's just a little bit more to hold on to. And then I'll take, and I'll put a little bitty bit, oops, up there on the top. Just to hold that brim down over the nose. You can even make little snowmen this way too. Last year or the year before last, I found some little snowman faces at Hobby Lobby. I'm a Hobby Lobby kid. I'm not particularly fond of Joann's, but they had the little carrot nose and the little buttons that go with it, which is really cute. It's a pom-pom. I bought a big bag of pom-poms for my beanies, and there was like, it was like 50 pom-poms or something like that, and half of them, is shit. But, I've got one more to do, so I will show you how to do that here in just a second, after I finish this one. So now we're going to put, our little snowflake on the hat here, and I just kind of, hey! Listen, cat, you make my dog squeak again. Let's face it, I'm not going to do anything. You're just a jerk. Eee. Alrighty, and he's done. And he's cute, and I love him. And I love all of my gnomies. I love gnomes. Let's just get that straight. Okay, so the crappy pom-poms. Oh yay, my thread shipped. So they come in, and a lot of the times, like, this is what it will look like. Just flat, nasty. Can't do much with it, and all that jazz. So I just take a comb, and I brush it out. You can make your own pom-poms too. I did try blow drying it, and it didn't work either. Like, it did absolutely nothing, because these were just supposed to be, take it out of the box, give it a shake, and all that stuff. But it did absolutely nothing. So, now that we've got it all nice and fluffy, we're going to put it down. And we're going to get our hat. Our little hat here is 60 rows on a 22 pin Sentro Knitting Machine. And we're going to take our tails and we're going to run it back through the center. We're as close to the center as we can go. This one's kind of tight. No, it's not. I'm not even hitting the center. Go figure. This dog is acting like a fool. Okay. So now we're through the center, and we're going to give him some stuffings here. I even have one that I put some jingle bells on, just to give it a little something extra here. I might put jingle bells on this one. And again, I get most of my crafting supplies from the Hobby Lobby, because we have a Joann's in town, but they're just never, they just don't ever really have anything. It may be one of those that's going out of business here pretty quick. I don't know. I mean, I know there are some people in town that absolutely hate going to Hobby Lobby because it's always so busy. But to each his own. Okay. So now we're going to take our tail here. And we're going to grab hold of our little loop. Pull that through. And then go back through the center. So like this makes it almost a no glue kind of project, almost. He's going to have a big hat. Oops. And sometimes you can pull him up in there a little too far. Give him a little more of a, give him a bigger brim there. Okay. He's just got a big hat. Okie dokie. And now we're going to put... I live in Oklahoma. And of course, my stupid thing just turned off here. Okay. So now we're going to get his little nose up in there all nice and snug. Grab my jingle bells. And there's enough on there. Okay, so now to do the jingle bells. I need another glue stick. I use Gorilla hot glue for everything. That's what I glue my felties on with. I love it. It holds up quite well. Okay. So essentially, I'm just going to haphazardly just kind of put a dot of glue and then put the bell on there, the little loop side down. So we can push that down into the yarn and it works a little bit better. So I just go all over the hat, kind of alternating colors. I don't want clusters and all that good stuff. Do I have any silver bells in this one? No, I don't. I do not. And I try not to lose where I've put my hot glue. sometimes it's just not. It just happens. Sometimes I lose it. That's why, I don't know if you can hear it, but they jingle. That's why I put it on the little bitty part. Shit. Let's see, I need one more, probably right back over here. I thought I had a package of little tiny glittery Christmas lights, but I don't know where they're at. And I may have them and I don't know, or I may not have them. Who knows? There we go. There's our cute little Gnomey with his little jingle bells. He'll be a really cute little Christmas tree ornament. Alrighty, so now that that is done, put my stuffings up. Glue gun off. I absolutely love this little cordless glue gun. I don't love that the battery doesn't last that long. They are not on my website. They are just something that I cooked up over the last few nights. I have a craft market this weekend. But, yeah, they're not on my website. I can put them on there, or, I mean, if you like them, I can do, like, you can send me a direct message or whatnot, and then, you know, you can tell me what color you want. I can do colors that aren't even up there, because I'm cool like that. Okay. That's the thing. I don't know how much I would sell them for. Like, I haven't done that kind of research just yet. Let's see here. Normally what I do when I need to figure out prices on anything is I look to see what it sells for on Etsy. Let's see. Pom gnome ornament. Okay. Holy shit, people are selling them for $18. That's ridiculous. So my thought was like $6, because, you know, there's not much time in them and all that jazz. And I don't do this stuff to get rich. I do this because it keeps me busy and I enjoy doing things like this. No, that's before shipping. that is before shipping. Okay, so I need to make some Hogwarts Houses messy bun beanies today. I have Hogwarts Houses beanies, and they're like, these were the only these were the only pom-poms out of that bag of pom-poms that I actually used on hats, really. But we've got our Hogwarts Houses, all nice and fun, and lucky me, the colors of these pom-poms matched the yarn perfectly. So I've got some ear warmers, and these are not on the site yet. Well, thank you. I mean, if I was going to buy something like that, I would only buy like one or two. Those kind of ornaments really aren't, I guess, made to be like all over the tree. They're just kind of like, you know, you buy one here, you buy one there. Cat, get out of it, you son of a bitch. I'm fixing to go to war with my cat. Really am. Okay. So, since I've got my blue and my silver here, we're going to do a Ravenclaw here real quick. My hair's all over the place. Where's my... I had a finished one. He's mad at my dog right now because the dog wants to play and he doesn't. So he takes everything out on the rest of the house because he's a big fat jerk. So here is our Gryffindor messy bun beanie. It's got the hole in the top, and I don't just leave the hole at the top. It's got a ponytail holder in it. So there we have it. And I need my book. And with these, you use a couple of rows of scrap yarns around. And I don't think those are big enough. This one is. I do not. And if I'm going to be really honest, I am not. I've only been doing these for not very long. So, yeah. I don't have any videos or anything like that. My YouTube channel is mostly soap making and embroidery, but you know, I've only had my machines here for like 2 months at this point. But it's really, really easy to learn. Like, the hardest thing about it is getting your row counts accurate. And buying, not using the counter that comes with the machine. is the best thing that I have ever done. I bought an aftermarket counter. I think this one on Amazon was like $13 or something like that. They're relatively inexpensive. This one's the 48. I use the 48 for beanies and the 40 for ear warmers. And I do have, I have the drill attachment and all that good stuff. I even bought a motor. I have a motor for this. Now that I say I have a motor for it, I don't know what I did with it. You can get these on Amazon. This was like 40 bucks on Amazon, and it's, you plug it in. You just take your handle off, which it comes with everything you need to take your handle off, and then you just put it right on there and watch it go. It is probably the camera angle, but it's the 48. But I'm not really a fan of the motor because it's very loud. Very, very loud. I like the motor. Oh, shit. I wasn't paying attention. This happens a lot, too. Put too long of a tail on it. Yeah, but that's okay. This one, the Sally Ragdoll hat, she came out exceptionally well. I also have a headband in that pattern too. I just have to put it together. I haven't put it together yet. And like, I was so pissed. I see, you see all these people, they're using the Red Heart Super Saver yarns and stuff like that to make the really pretty striped hats and stuff like that. I bought some and it's absolute shit. It took me about 3 hours just to make a beanie because of all of the dropped stitches and stuff like that. And then by the time it was all said and done, it's not even, because of having to fix all of those drop stitches and stuff like that, it stretched everything out and it looks terrible. I'm just going to go ahead and stop right there with you. And then I'm going to put this one on. If you haven't seen this little trick for taking your scrap yarn off, this is a wonderful little trick. You just put one single row at the very beginning. Because then when you're all said and done, you can just pull that little piece off and be done with it. Okay. So now I need this color here. it just like, let me grab it. Let me see if I can find it. Like, when it was all said and done, like, and those are fixed stitches. It just stretched everything out, and it looks terrible. But that's okay. That'll just go to one of the kids. I won't sell that. I'll just give that to one of the kids. I prefer using, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby because it's nice, it's soft, it's squishy. You just have to be careful with like some of the color patterned ones. Like the stuff that looks like patterned like this. It's a little harder to go through the machine, and you have to go really slow sometimes. And then there's some of the colors that just won't go through at all. No. But I'm not opposed to trying. I just don't, I know not Hobby Lobby, I know Joann's sells it. I don't go to Joann's all that often. I'm not a fan of Joann. My Walmart looks like the apocalypse came through every day. I oil my machine about once a week. And this machine, I've only had this one for like a month, so I haven't taken it apart to clean it yet. That is, once I get done with all of this market prep for the weekend, then I will take all of my machines apart and clean them. The last one I did, I sold out of hats. And that's kind of why I'm in a giant rush to get a whole bunch more made. I ran out, and I ran out like halfway through the first day. And I don't know if it was just because this market was a shit market. Whoever put this one on, they did not plan it out very well. And they advertised it as a huge Christmas market, and there were literally 10 vendors. And out of those 10 vendors, 6 of them were jewelry vendors. This is a Sentro Knitting Machine. with an S instead of a C. I do my ear warmers on a 40. There is a size difference between doing them on a 40 and a 48. So like this one was done on a 48. And why did my phone just turn off? That's weird. That is really weird. Okay. So this one was done on a 48. This one here was done on a 40. And you can see the size difference there. Like, this one is a lot longer. This one is a 48. I have a 48, a 40, and a 22. And my 22 is giving me fits right now. I'm sending it back. That yellow yarn, I got that from the $1.25 tree. I had some left over for a baby blanket. And all that jazz. I have the motor. It's just really, really loud. Yeah, louder than the drill. Like, I had both of them running at the same time, and I couldn't even hear the drill. Good morning! Like, I thought I was going to be cool the other night and go into one of the kids' bedrooms while my husband was sleeping. They're not my kids, they're his kids. They were at their mom's house, and he said that he couldn't sleep because he could still hear it on the other end of the house. And I was like, holy crap. That shit's loud. Thank you guys for the likes and the follows. And, you know, it may just be mine. I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty loud. Okay, so now this is the part where we switch back and forth on the colors. When I'm doing lots of stripes and stuff like that, I won't use the drill, just because there's really kind of no point. Oh, you knew I had a knot. And I have found that taking and, whoops, let's knock my shit over there, and winding my balls into cakes like this, they glide so much better than just doing a center pull from the skein itself. And you can get yarn winders on Amazon for relatively cheap. I have a small one that does 4-ounce rolls. I think it was like 20 bucks. And then I got the giant one to do 10-ounce, and a 10-ounce yarn winder will do a full skein of yarn, no problem. It was like $35, but it's solid metal and really heavy duty. I spent a full Saturday, Sunday winding all of my yarn because it makes a difference. It makes a big difference. That's actually not a bad idea. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, there's a creator on TikTok, and she has an Etsy shop too. She makes animals with hers. Her shop and her TikTok, 3 Magic Sheep, I think is what she's called. And she makes stuffed animals. So I will probably make some stuffed animals and stuff like that. I do not make baby blankets. I refuse to make baby blankets. People do not want to pay the price around here for a baby blanket. I have made some just to sell at markets, and I think I've got 3 of them left over that I've had for a couple of years at this point. And I marked them down to like, they were like $50 blankets, and I marked them to like $5, $10, and nobody wants them because nobody wants crocheted baby blankets anymore. That is he's a Christmas tree. My sister is a store manager for Dollar General, and they had these trees. I love gnomes. Gnomes are my jam. But yeah, he's a Christmas tree. He's like a little 2-foot Christmas tree. And he's got battery operated lights and everything. I think he's adorable. But you could absolutely use the 22 pin machine to make arms for a gnome. It would probably be a gnome that would be made on like the 40. But yeah, I love him. I think he's adorable. He looks a little cheap and what have you, but he's pretty stinking cute. I love him. My scissors are getting dull. Okay, so now we're back to this one. And when I'm doing a lot of color changes like this, since I'm not sitting down, I'm standing up. My kitchen table here is the only table that this will sit on pretty good without moving. It's a bar height table. So I have a box here on one of the seats that I just put my yarn in. And I'll use the tension holder here to hold one. I'll use one of the holes that is not being used, and I will roll everything. Or I'll use it to hold. I'll use it to hold the yarn. That way, I'm not having to find my ends and stuff like that. Especially when it's mostly when I'm just doing stripes and stuff. Thank you guys for the likes and the follows. I do not only use a knitting machine. I have an embroidery business as well. I digitize and sell felties. Our cute little Wednesday Addams here. She's got her own little hat. She has her own hat because she's precious. I gotta turn this heater off. Oh, I have ADHD, so, yeah, it's rough. This is a Sentro 48-pin knitting machine. It is so much faster to use the knitting machine to make hats, where I would spend an hour, 2 hours crocheting a hat, depending on how many color changes and stuff like that. I think this hat right here was maybe 20 minutes, because it's just a solid color on the inside and then the design is on the outside. So that was maybe 20 minutes. So if you're doing things like that for charity, this is going to be a lot faster. I I designed and digitized the felty myself. I sell felties for all kinds of stuff, so that would be where I got it. So I make my beanies 104 rows. That's for women. Men's are 108, women's are 104, and kids are 100. Because, and I measure everything to my head. I don't know if I have a small head or what, but this gives just a little bit of a cuff. If you're not one of those that like the giant cuff, it gives a little bit of a cuff or no cuff. No big deal. So the inside is 52, or if you're making for men, it would be 54. Yep, you can do kids' hats on the 48. Think about it like this. I mean, it's going to stretch with your head. It's not a stupid question. So basically, I sell digital files, and I will sell these in physical sheets. If you don't have a machine, I will stitch these out and send them to you in sheets. The 48 needle is going to be essentially for hats. The 40 needle is what I do ear warmers on, because this is going to be how wide your project is going to end up. So, and then the 22 pin is really small. That's what I did, these little gnome hats. I had some that were done. Like, this was done on a 22 pin, and it's really, really small. So, just the different, like, if you make stuffed animals, like if you crochet stuffed animals, the 22 pin is going to be what you would use for, like, arms and legs. I have not ever used it as a panel, so I couldn't even tell you how to begin using a panel. Oh shit, I forgot to reset my counter. 1, 2, 3, so 5, so we're 4. And when I forget to reset my counter, I have a magnet for my little thingy here, and I just add my rows. All of my digital downloads and stuff like that are available on my website. My website is linked in my bio. Closing the top, it's just, you just cinch it up. Or you can, like, you leave really long tails. You just cinch it up, or like on this one, I left it opened and added a hair elastic to make a messy bun beanie. So you cannot do adult hats on a 40 pin. It's going to be way too small. I think you can only do baby hats on the 40 pin. Honestly, I have one of every size, because each size does something different. The 40 pin is what I use for ear warmers. The 48 pin, I make hats. It's the same as the regular beanie. You're just not putting the pom-pom on the top and closing it up. That's all. That is the only difference. And you have to use scrap yarn for the messy buns. This one is going to be a messy bun and all that jazz. So I just kind of forgot what I was saying there for a second. It happens. I do 104 rows for women. I do 108 for men, 104 for women, and 100 for kids. You're welcome. I don't have a 32 pin yet. I just saw that they have a 32. I would imagine that it would probably be for like making kids scarves or something like that. Making stuffed animals, I don't know. I use my 40 and my 48 equally, because typically what I do is out of one skein of yarn, I can get 2 hats and an ear warmer. So what I'll do is I'll make a regular beanie, a messy bun beanie, and an ear warmer out of one skein of yarn. So essentially I'm using everything equally. I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. It glides through these pins like butter. A lot of like stuffed animal patterns and stuff like that I have found, I mean, if stuffed animals is your jam, they just use the 48, it's like 48 for the body, the 22 for arms and legs, and then the 40 for like the head. I think this might be the last row. So, let's see here. 13, 5, 3, 5, 13, 5, 3. Okay, yep, we're on the last row here. The trick to holding the machine still, yes, I will show you guys how to close this one up on camera, since this is going to be the messy bun. It's a little more difficult. Well, not necessarily difficult, but time consuming. I hold my machine still. It's got suction cups, and the only table in my house I can use this thing on is my kitchen table. Because it's nice and smooth and lacquered and all that stuff, and that's, like, it's on there. The trick to suction cups is, before you put it down, make sure they're wet. So I'll just, like, get a spray bottle or something and spray each foot before I stick it on here, and that's kind of the water and the suction and all that stuff keeps it in place really good. Okay, so before we close this up, or before we put our last row of scrap yarn on there, we're going to leave a really, really long tail. So we're just going to cut a huge tail on this sucker, and we're going to drop it right down in the middle. You're welcome. I'm not a professional at this by any means. I'm still learning how to do things, but it's really easy. If any of you are questioning whether or not you should get one of these, do it. Just do it. It will make your life so much easier. I originally got one of these because my mom works at our local feed store, and the owner of the feed store requested crocheted headbands, crochet ear warmers. And she ordered, like, I don't even know how many she ordered. I lost count at a certain point. And I was like, fuck that, I'm never doing that again. So I saw, and I was just scrolling through TikTok one night, and I saw somebody doing a live with a knitting machine, and I'm like, hold up, let's check this out. And I was like, oh, that would make my life so much easier. And it has. It makes life a lot easier. Come on. And some of my scrap yarn, I've used it a lot. A lot. Okay. So everything comes out of the bottom here. Move things out of the way. Puppy dog. Alright, so you're going to need a hairband. I think I got these at like the Dollar Tree or something like that. Just a hair tie. Like, there are little, this one's easier to grab. This right here is your tension guide. This one is for a little more bulky. This one's for like your regular everyday worsted weight yarn, and then that's going to be for like your really thin yarn. I've never used these two. I only use this one because that's the only kind of yarn that I really use. I'm not a fan of chunky yarns. I'm not a fan of the really tiny yarns or anything like that. So we get all of our ends here Do you mean brand-wise or size-wise? Because, like, brand-wise would be this. This was like 60 bucks on Amazon versus the Addies that are like 300. Alright, so we give everything a nice little stretch because that makes all of our stitches fall into place nicely. And so now we're going to find where we started on both ends, and we are going to make those two ends meet. We're going to meet in the middle, sort of. So, okay, we're going to take this. Not much. That's what I use it for. I originally bought it to make, I made a scarf. I made a snowman scarf. So, and then I have been making these little gnomes. The little gnomes with the 22. But, like, I mean, that's as big as, yeah. The 22s are really just used for, not a lot, really. Or at least I've not figured anything out to really use it for. Alright, so we're going to basically, like you would do a regular hat, we're going to fold it up in half here, and we're going to get both of our really long tails. We're not going to crochet anything into place. We're not going to slip stitch anything or anything like that. Oh, okay. I guess that makes some sense. And then since I do have two different lengths there, I'm just going to cut those off. Worsted weight, definitely. My favorite yarn to use is, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. It's nice, it's soft, it's squishy. It makes a really, really nice ear warmer. Alright, so we are going to line up our beginning stitches here. And then you want, it's kind of hard to explain. You kind of want it to be facing, you, I guess is what you would, I mean, it's going to be facing you, but you don't want your outside edge here facing upwards. You want it facing downwards towards you. So now we're going to take both of our yarn pieces here, and we're going to put them on a needle. And we're going to start sewing. And this is the whole purpose for using scrap yarn and all that stuff, is so you can see your first row of stitches and all that jazz. Okay, hair tie. And if at any point you guys can't see what I'm doing, just let me know. So you're going to put your hair tie on. I try to hold it out to start with, just because it kind of works better that way. Alright, so we're going to go through and we're going to grab, and it's kind of tricky here sometimes too, we're going to grab the first two little bumpies here, and we're going to go through the center of the hair tie. And then you'll come down, and you're always going to go up through the outside, because that's what's going to give you your nice little twist. Sentro Machines, Addy Machines at that, they have yarn preferences. Like, and each machine is different. Like, yarn that I cannot use on this machine, I can use it on my 40 pin. But yes, I do have a YouTube channel, and I will try to get a couple of Sentro videos and stuff like that. I'm currently in the process of working on a series for beginner embroiderers. So I've come across a lot of people that say, I bought this embroidery machine like 5 years ago and it's still in the box. I don't know how to use it. This one, I use Hobby Lobby's yarn. That is the only yarn that I will use on this, but you do still have to be careful, because like the variegated color yarns, they still, even though I love this yarn, they still like to mess up and stuff like that. I hate Red Heart. I don't even use Red Heart to crochet with. Like, it sucks. And then as you go down, you will end up running out of room here, but you just push all your stitches together. And then you just go all the way around. This is a messy bun beanie that we are closing up. We are doing this is one of my Hogwarts houses messy bun beanies. I've got 3 more. This is a Ravenclaw. I still have, oh no, I don't have 3 more. I have 2 more. I have Hufflepuff and Slytherin to make. And then I sold out of all of my Wednesday Addams ear warmers and hats. So I have to make some more of those. And this is my Wednesday hat. And I sell felt tees. That's my main business, is an embroidery business. I embroider felt tees. I sell the designs and all that good stuff. And I also sell the physical stuff as well. This hat is 104 rows. And I've been playing around with finding a cuffless pattern. The 104 rows would be for women. I do 108 for men, and I do 100 for children. I love felties. Like, they're so addicting. So yeah, I'm a feltie maker. That's my first job. I digitize and I design all of my files. You can buy physical ones in sheets, or if you have a machine and want to stitch them out yourself, I sell the design files as well. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They vary. Right now, I have some on my website that I'm trying to get rid of. I've had them for a minute. I think they're like $12 or something like that, just because I want to get rid of them. But like normally, I would do messy bun hats are $20 because it takes a lot more time to put one of these together. Hats with felties are also $20. Ear warmers are around the $15 mark if they have a felty, and $12 if they do not. Yes. Yes, we are cinching up the top and doing 2 layers together. Like some of these hats, I was watching somebody the other night. She was making hats, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. You know, how much are you selling your hats for?" Because she was doing some really cool stuff, and it was a yarn that I'd never heard of, and God, she was like 2 colors. A 2-color hat was like $30, and I'm like, holy shit. It literally takes you 20 minutes to make this hat. Well, hey there, Texas. I am right here in the middle of central Oklahoma. We're neighbors. Oops. Hello, Iowa. And now we're starting to get to the part where we're running out of room here. Yeah, that's about my normal price for things. Oh, yay! Southeastern. Ooh, western Nebraska. Snow. I would love snow. I love snow. We hardly ever get snow. Our snow usually comes in February. But I just really hate what happens when it melts. It's just absolutely disgusting when it melts. That nice red clay is just different. Like custom or just something off of my website that I've already digitized. Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Woohoo! I got my first order to Canada yesterday off of my Etsy shop, and I was like, wow. I would love to have that much snow. Like, I don't know what I would do if we had that much snow. Oh no, oh, we panic with a flake of snow in the sky too. Like, obviously we watch the weather, and you can go to the grocery store and it looks like the apocalypse. You mean like him? I have another one too that's not, this one's cute. I love this one. And I have another one. He doesn't look as happy though. Jammies for days. We do. We get the ice. And like, yeah. I could do without the ice too. Okay. So now we're coming up to where we're back at the beginning here, and it kind of gets a little wonky. So normally what I just do is I just finish it off, and if I go through several different ones, then I go through several different ones. It's fine. And you can do this with one strand, but it looks a lot better if you use 2 strands of yarn. I don't have any for Easter yet. I just started doing Valentine's. Hello, how are you? But Easter is on my list. After I get through with this craft fair this weekend, I'm taking like a mini vacation where essentially I am just going to work on digitizing the whole time. So yeah, I have lots and lots and lots of different things planned. I love the little Grinchy. He's adorable. Okay, so now we are done, and this is kind of what it's going to look like. I am not the best at closing up, but there we go. I don't know. I don't know what kind of Easter. You can definitely make bunny rabbits. You could probably make little chickies. You can make eggs and all that jazz. Alright, so now we're going to take our scrap yarn off at the top here. And actually, before we do that, we're going to send our tails down through the center because they get tangled up. I forgot to say that. So we'll just take and just wad all this up and put it in the middle of the hat. I like to price a little more realistic, like, you know, the whole, your times this divided by this. Oh, you are fine. I don't normally give my name out because nobody really asks. My name is Tegan. Or you can just call me T. I've grown up with that. Because a lot of people have a hard time with my name. That's okay. Alright, so at the beginning of the whole thing, we did our row of scrap yarn, and then we put just this little bitty line in, right? So we're going to take and we're going to grab hold of our red line here, and we're going to pull. And we're going to pull some more. And we're going to pull some more. And then that's just going to come right off. I learned that little trick by watching YouTube, and that is the best fucking trick I have ever learned. It's just one more little step, but it's okay. Alright, so now we're on the inside, and we're going to make sure that, you know, we got all of our stitches. We'll stretch it out a little bit here to make everything lay a little bit better. I never even thought about it. Well, hello, Debbie. I'm glad you have enjoyed your time this morning. Yeah, it is. Isn't she adorable? I love her. I digitized this when, I very first heard about the new show coming out. Like, it wasn't even out yet. And I digitized her. I digitized the whole family. Okay, I gotta let my dog in before he tears up my door. Hey! Get off the door! She is adorable. And of course, she's available as a digital embroidery file on my website. She's also, I will make felty sheets and send them to you, all that good stuff. And then to just secure everything, just whatever method you like the most, I'll do a couple little knots here. And it'll be done. Okay. That is the starting end, Kathy. That is the starting end. I'm going to put my yarn here on my big long needle. I like these needles that come with the machines. Like, I really like this big long guy. He's my friend. And now we're just going to go down through here, and I like to leave a pretty decent bit of tail inside of there. I don't know, that's just my preference. Give it a stretch. Find my scissors under my mess here. And there we go. And if, you know, you want to be plain Jane, you can have just the plain color, or there we go. Yes, this is a messy bun beanie. And then, of course, these do have the ability to have a little bit of a cuff. Not much. I am not a cuff kind of kid. And there we go. Okay, so now we're going to get, we're going to do a Slytherin one. Where are my colors? Crap. Ooh. Well, if you hang on just a second, we'll make another one. So that is the name of the game today. Okay. So there's my green. I don't know what I did with my black. I've got yarn all over my house at this point. guess it's a good thing I bought some more yesterday. I digitize occasionally for people. I like to stick to simple things. Anything that is too difficult kind of gets my anxiety running and all that good stuff. But occasionally I do. The row counts for my women's sized beanies are 104. And typically what I do is, obviously, it's going to be 104 rows, so you just take and divide that in half, because you're going to end up folding half of it up inside, so it would be 52 rows of solid color on the inside. And then if I'm going to do any different striping or anything like that, I will just take and divide that up however it comes out evenly. Sometimes if I have to just leave off a couple of rows, I'll leave off a couple of rows. You really can't tell the difference. Alrighty, so here we're going on with our first row of waste yarn, scrap yarn, junk yarn, whatever you want to call it. I had one video I was watching on YouTube, and the way the lady was saying junk yarn, I couldn't handle it. Like, it drove me insane. You basically sew the hair tie in. You take the two tails, you leave two extremely, extremely long tails, and you sew them in. Would you go around one more time? No, you wouldn't. Okay. So this is the fun part. So that this little piece here, this is where we're going to put the piece in. So, yeah. We'll just put it in there just like normal. And we're only going to just do one row. That's why this one doesn't have to be very long. Because this is kind of like, I think of it as like a zipper. I've only been using these machines since like maybe the middle of November. This one's a 48. So essentially I'm still a newbie. But I tend to obsess over new things. So I have ADHD and I have ASD, so I tend to get a little crazy, and I have to learn all of the things. Like, you'll see, if you visit my website, you'll see that I have hats on there. I make handmade soap. I make hair bows. I do embroidery. That's because that's all of the things that I do, all of the things that I enjoy. I ran a garden center before I started doing this, but I just couldn't handle being out in public anymore. Oh no! ASD means you are on the autism spectrum. I am making a lot today. And I typically, I say typically, a lot of my replays and stuff like that I can post to YouTube, I will upload them to my YouTube channel. I could have knocked the ever-loving shit out of my husband the other day. He, like, it kind of irritates me when he tells people that I stay at home and I just craft all day long. I just craft all day long. No, there is a difference. There is a difference between a crafter and a maker. Yes, all of my social media is linked in my bio. And, like, he was introducing me as a crafter, and I'm like, no, that's not what it is, dumbass. I've got a 48 and I've got a 40, and I also have the 22. I don't use the 22 for a whole lot. And that's kind of why I started making the gnomes. So you can, at the top of your screen, you can just tap on the icon up here. You can tap on my icon right here up in the top of the screen, and it will bring you up to this. And you can go to my page. I think you can just hit that. Yeah, you can just hit that, and it'll take you to my page. And then right there is my Linktree, and I don't know why my Linktree doesn't work on my phone, but there we go, just like that. My 22 is a Sentro. You're welcome. Like, I was just like, oh my gosh. Well, they call them craft markets. Yeah, but you're not allowed to say that. Ugh. Exactly. And I had to explain that to him, and he was like, oh, well, that still doesn't make sense. And I was like, oh, whatever. I have problems with my 22s. And it may just be because of the kind of yarn that I was sending through it. Like, this multicolored Christmas yarn was a bitch. Like, I thought I was going to break the machine. It was making all kinds of cracking and popping and all that good stuff. This one is a 48. Sometimes it just doesn't even load. The Sentro is a piece of shit. I mean, I say it is. It's the design. If it was designed like this, it wouldn't be so bad. But it's designed like this. Like, there are no suction cups on the bottom of it. I literally stand here and I put my arm through the bottom of it to hold the damn thing in place. So yeah, that's right here, and I'm like this. And what happens? The yarn gets caught up, and I'm just like, ugh! Yeah. Well, I mean, that's... everybody views it differently, I guess. They all say they're toys. Like, every single one of these says that they're toys. And I was like, Yes, I do. Well, I guess we're not doing a Slytherin one. We're doing a Hufflepuff. I completely fucked this one up. Okay, that is black on the inside. Whatever. Just grab this yarn. You can get replacement parts on Amazon, like the handle part, the gears for the handle. You can get those on Amazon. I do not have them on my website. I was just making them for a craft market this weekend. I didn't exactly know, if they would sell or anything like that. But they are super stinking cute, and I love them. This one is a Sentro. And honestly, and if I'm going to be really honest, I am not even a fan of the drill. I would much rather sit here and crank the damn thing by hand, because I can see if there's going to be any mess ups. So we put the yellow on here first because we're going to, these get put together differently than a regular hat. These are messy bun hats, so they're going to have a hole in the top, and they get put together differently. I do oil my machines. I oil them about once a week, because if you put too much oil in these, it will leak out the bottom, because there's nowhere for it to go. There's nowhere for it to drain out. So it, like this one, I think I had a little too much in it because it is leaking. But it's not getting on the yarn or anything like that. So I bought got this. It's just a all-purpose sewing machine oil from Hobby Lobby, because the stuff that I had actually bought, I bought this stuff right here. It took like 3 weeks for me to get this. It was like back ordered, but it has like an extendable spout on it, and you just drop just a teeny tiny drop down. I do the back side. Yeah. So you just do a drop. Well, thank you. Sometimes it's hard for these men to grasp things, you know? Unplug you, plug you in. Maybe not plug you in. Are you a pain in the butt today? Probably. Okay. So this charging cord doesn't like to charge that. Okay. This is a 48-pin machine. Oh, you know, I never thought about that. I never thought about using them on dog clippers. 'Cause I clip my dog myself. So yeah, I never thought about using them. Okie dokie here. Let's see here. I'm going to move you out of the way, cord, and I'm going to plug this cord in. Maybe. There we go. There we go. Now we're charging like we're supposed to be. And I typically don't get like drop stitches with this yarn, but I have one. No, home grooming equals home shaving. I shaved the little sucker bald. He's a Schnorky, so he has the schnauzer hair, and he's a half schnauzer, half Yorkie, and he's got this thick curly hair, and the stickers, and I'm just like, nope, nope, nope. I'm shaving your little ass bald, and we will deal with it that way. That. I have not tried to make any scarves yet. I'm not a scarf kind of person, because I have the attention span of a fly. Actually, I found there's a pattern that I had found on YouTube that is for dog sweaters. I saved it to watch it for later, but yeah, you can make dog sweaters. I don't know what machine it was, but yeah, you can make dog sweaters. That is true. actually really kind of easy to fix a drop stitch. There is the YouTube channel that I watched, or that I watched the most to learn how to use this. She's called Snufflebean Yarn, I think. It's a British lady. But she gets down in there and she really shows you how to fix it. And yeah, I have learned a lot from watching her. Hey, Meg! Alrighty. So we're not going to come in with the green. We're going to do our gold, which okay, no, it's not going to matter. I just thought that I screwed myself up there for a second because of the color of scrap yarn I used at the beginning is this color, but no, I didn't mess myself up. Could have been potentially problematic, but it's not. No, I do not put both of them in the same. When I clip it, whichever one that it is pulled down into, I will lay it on that one, and then I will start it on the next one over. I know some people put them in the same. I don't. It doesn't really seem to make a difference, though. And just like some people don't tie theirs off and clip their ends until they're completely done. I forget about it. I'll go down a couple of rows and then I'll tie it in, because if I don't tie it in right then, I will forget. And yeah, I did that the other day, and I did the, you know, the stretch to set your stitches and stuff like that, and it all just went blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, crap. Balls. Okay, I went one row too much. That's fine. It's okay. It will be all right. I love watching that channel. But then again, I grew up watching BBC a lot. My dad liked watching the BBC, so I don't know. The British accent is soothing to me, I guess. I don't know. I'm weird. It's fine. Like, when I learned to crochet, I learned by watching a British crocheter. So yeah, kind of weird, not gonna lie, I'm kind of weird. The gnome hat is 60. It is 60 rows. Yeah, 60 rows. My machine is a Sentro. I debated on whether or not I was going to design some felties for these hats or not. I thought about just doing like a magic wand. And then stitching the wand out in the house colors. But I don't know. I did not glue the hat to my gnome. We'll get this one off the loom, and then I'll make a gnome hat real quick. Motherfuck. It's fine. It's fine. This one will just be 2 rows longer than it's supposed to be. It's alright. It's okay. My 6-year-old nephew loves playing with these. So it would be perfect. Especially if she likes to make things. Typically it takes about 20 to 30 minutes. If I'm doing it by hand, if I'm cranking by hand, but if I'm using the drill a lot, it's a lot faster. But since I've got lots of stripes going on, I just hand crank. Kathy, I got my pom-poms from Amazon, but I prefer making them myself. Yes, I oil my machine once a week. I know some people say like every 10 projects you run through your machine to oil and stuff like that. The oil will leak out of them at some point. So this particular beanie, or well, okay, so my women's beanies are 104 rows. Men's beanies are 108, and kids' beanies are 100. Thank you! Sometimes I just feel as if I'm just kind of bumbling my way through things, but, you know, it's all good. You're welcome. And I do things my way. I have to figure it out for a way that works for my brain. It's not really going to help with skip stitches. It's just going to help your machine glide a lot better. But when I do oil my machines, I drop the oil down on the backside here in the bigger spots. Really the only thing that helps with the skip stitches and all that crap is finding the kind of yarn that your machine likes. Like, my machines don't really like anything but the yarn from Hobby Lobby. I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby, is what my machines like. And honestly, each machine is different. It's like a person. Each machine is different. It's like some of the patterned yarns that I would use on one machine I can't use on the other, just because the machine just doesn't like it. You can make blankets with these. I've never done it, but like there's a little tab on the side of the machine that you can flip it up to just make panels where you would just go, instead of going around, you're going to go to a certain point, then you're going to stop, and then you're going to crank it the other way. I've tried that, and I haven't been very successful with that. And it may be that the pins that I'm using aren't heavy enough. I use either Singer sewing machine oil, or I use this stuff right here. They're both about the same price. I got 2 of these on Amazon. They came 2 in a package for like $8, and then these are $3.99 a bottle at the Hobby Lobby. Yes. To do the panels for the blankets, you would have to join them together. Again, I've not ever done it, so I don't know what it would be. There are lots and lots of different tutorials and stuff on YouTube that show you how to make the blankets and stuff. And then for the beanies, there's not much sewing involved. Thank you for the rose. That is, if you want to have a thick cuff. But I prefer to have little to no cuff on my hat. I think I have one. So this one right here is 140, I believe, and it has a pretty big cuff on it, and I'm not a cuff kind of kid. Like sports teams, for this one, I only do, for women's hats, I only do 104, because I only put like a little cuff on there. I have not taken orders for made-to-order hats. I've thought about it. The slouchy hats are longer, yeah. I don't know if you can make, I would assume that you would. They're just going to be, the only difference is, like, this one's done on the 40, so it's just going to be skinnier. So you could 100% do ear warmers on it. I'm using a 48. Okay, so now we're going to put our last row of waste yarn on here. That's what we're going to do. And then we will make a gnome hat. I do 108 for a man's hat. Because, like, most men, like, are you talking, like, sports teams? I don't have any made, or I don't have any digitized, but I can do them. Alrighty, and then we've got all this mess going on. Most men, I have discovered, they don't really like the fold. They don't really like the cuff on their hat. A felty is what this is right here. That's what Jack Skellington here is. He's just an embroidery design. He's embroidered out on felt, and then there's felt on the back. And the felt on the back makes them really easy to glue on. And then it makes everything all nice and cute. Okay. We are going to do a gnome hat real quick. You're welcome. I hot glue them on. No, they are like hand wash, spot wash only. They don't go through the washing machine. Come on. There we go. Move you out of the way for a second. And like I said, this does leak some oil because I do need to clean them. I just haven't done it. I'm just trying to get through all of my stuff here for my craft market this weekend, and then I will stop and clean everything. Alrighty, so we are going to make a gnome hat here. So for the little guy that looks like ZZ Top, because let's just call it what it is. We're just going to call him what it is. This one is only, smaller hats are, I think this hat was 50, and I really didn't like the size of it, so I did 60. A finished what? A finished one what? So here's an ear warmer with Jack Skellington on it. I've got a Sally Ragdoll. And then I've got Wednesday Addams. All kinds of stuff here. I even have, I got one with Scrump. This one's mine, actually. I made her for me because I love her so much. But yeah, a little hot glue, and there you have it. Alrighty, so I probably could put Rug Grippy under it, but I think what I'm going to do is I saw another person do this, and she puts hers. I'm gonna sit down for this one. Kimberbell? I don't know what Kimberbell is. But I saw somebody had a piece of plexiglass that they had strategically positioned pieces of Velcro. Oh no, those are my designs. I digitize and embroider my own designs. Basically, since the 40 pin and the 22 pin, they don't have row counters on them. So you have to buy an aftermarket row counter for the 40 pin. This one's so small, and you know, everything goes around so fast that I just don't even bother with the row counter. But essentially, when the bottom hits the table, then that's about 60 rows. I sell my embroidery designs. I do. And I also, I have a Facebook group as well. I give away free embroidery designs once a month. This month is a Christmas Care Bear. I don't have it in here with me. But it's a Christmas Care Bear. It's really, really cute. And if you have embroidery machines, because let's face it, everybody has everything at this point, I think. But yeah, I sell digital files, I sell physical felties. I stitch them out in sheets of 4. This yarn is a blue sparkle yarn from Hobby Lobby. I love this yarn. The paper's not on it. I don't know what happened to the paper. It came off to be able to give you an exact name. But I think it's the only blue sparkle yarn that they have at Hobby Lobby. And it may be called Blue Sparkle. And this one does hurt my hand because, you know, I've got a death grip on the stupid thing on the inside. No. So the way that would go is the cat knocked the yarn on the floor to play with it. The German Shepherd took the label and shredded it while little man is sitting here on the floor staring up at me because he wants me to hold him. That's how that works. Hi, Patty. We are making beanies today. Right now we're making a gnome hat. Yes. Yes. They're ornaments. They're actually Christmas tree ornaments. But isn't he cute? I love him. Of course, gnomes are my jam, though. I love gnomes. Okay. This is a Sentro. It's the 22 pin. I don't. I do not have any gnomes that are ready to ship. I just started making them, so I don't have anything, I don't have anything on my website, actually. And I would say, after, because normally what I do, when I have a craft market, anything that I don't sell at the craft market, I list on my website. So you would get it after Christmas, but yeah. They are pom-poms. They are just faux fur pom-poms. I bought this giant bag of pom-poms off of Amazon, and like half the colors don't even work for anything because they're just oddball colors. I've had this one for about a month. This is my second one, actually. The first one, the gears locked up, and it just stripped all the gears and all that stuff, so I'm sending it back. That's the great thing about Amazon. They give you such a long period of time to send shit back. So, whoops. So yeah, I'm sending that sucker back. Nope. No waste yarn on the gnome hats. Because essentially, we are just making them like we would make a regular beanie. I only use waste yarn on beanies if they're the messy bun beanies. What is going on here with you? That's kind of weird. Okay. Now we're going to give a nice little stretchy here. And then you're just going to pull your tail and cinch it up. And then we're going to stick through the center and pull. So we have both of our tails on one end. And then we're going to just turn this little guy inside out, just like that. And we're going to cinch it together. I will do a couple of little knots in the top here. Let's see, that one is gray. I think I want to do this one white. So I am going to end up making my own pom-pom here real quick. So we have a nice cute little hat, right? Just enough to get him a little bit of a brim here. Thank you for sharing the live. Thank you guys for all the likes and the follows. Okay. So now I'm going to take and I'm going to kind of even these off here a little bit because we don't need all of it, but we still need a pretty decent amount. And I'm going to get my big needle because we're going to be fishing through some things here. Okay. So now we're going to take, after we tie everything off, we're going to send this back down through. It's about 60 rows. It's not quite accurate, but it's around 60. It's not a bad color blue. I'm not a fan of blue, but this is not a bad color. And sometimes it's a little hard to get that through there, but we're going to get it through. Alright. So, depending on how much you like the top of your hat to be pulled down to make that indent, will be how tight you pull on your yarn. So now we're going to grab some stuffings, and we're going to stuff the hat. If you're not tapping, you're slacking. That's great. And I want to try the best I can to keep the yarn here in the middle of it. While at the same time keeping my hat nice and shaped. So we're going to need a little bit more, just a little bit more fluff. And by a little bit more, I grab a whole big freaking handful. But that's okay because we're going to end up using it here in a minute anyway. And then you make it nice and fluffy. Work it around. Work it around in there. Okay. So there's our hat. I've got a piece of, I cut a bunch of squares of fur the other day. Alright, so regular faux fur, you can buy this by the yard, and a sharp pointy needle. You need a pointy needle. And because I'm ridiculous, and my yarn has to match, we're going to use white yarn. Alright, so this is making our own pom-pom. You can buy pom-poms, but they kind of suck. Like, the ones I bought, they're all nice and flat. And these have the little elastic piece in them. And if you have any of these, and they do look a little flat, just take a comb and comb them out, and they'll look better. Like, obviously that's not perfect, but they will look better. I want a white, I don't have any white ones left, so that's why I'm making one here. So, those would not fluff with a hairdryer. I even tried putting them in the dryer to fluff them, and it just looked like I had a whole bunch of tribbles in my dryer when I opened it up. For whatever reason, those did not want to fluff at all. So we're going to come in at the middle here, because we're just going to cinch this together just like we would one of our hats. But we're just going to make some stitches here. Nothing ridiculous. They did. They looked like tribbles. And you don't have to have any kind of sewing skills or anything to be able to do this. And this is a 5" by 5" square. It makes the 5 by 5 makes a perfect size for the gnome. If you want a nice big pom-pom, then I would do a 6 by 6 square. It's like this one here is a 6 by 6. This pom-pom here is a 5 by 5, and you can see the difference. It's a lot bigger. Well, obviously this is a lot crazier in the hair department. I love it, but it's a lot bigger, and it's going to stand up and be a lot more fun. Yes, this is one of the faux fur sheets that you can buy from Hobby Lobby. I just love it. I love how it just... Don't mind me. I'm easily amused. Alright. Again, this doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to plan your stitches out perfectly or anything like that. They are on the aisle with the felt. Or at least at my store, they're on the aisle with the felt. This machine is a Sentro Knitting Machine. It's a 22-pin machine. The white, you can get this in the fabric section. And you can buy it by the yard. And this big honking needle is a doll needle. I think I got a package of doll needles at Walmart. Now, obviously, if you just wanted to buy pom-poms, this would go a lot faster. I just wanted to have a white one. That's all I wanted, so. So basically, you just need to make sure that your yarn ends at the same spot here. You want it to both be on the inside, not one on the inside, one on the outside, because then it's not gonna really pull all that great. Okay. So now we're just gonna start cinching this puppy up, making sure that we're folding everything into a bowl shape. Once you get it to, you know, where it has sides, then you're going to start stuffing it. So we're just going to start putting our stuffing in it, you know, fluff it up, make it fluffy like little clouds. And there's no real rhyme or reason on how much to put in there or anything like that. And then you just kind of, whoops, he exploded. Thank you for the follow. And you just kind of cinch it up and yes and no. I just started, I got pissed off, which, let's face it, that's how most of the things that I do become, is because I've gotten mad at something or another, and I just decided to do it myself. Alright, so we've got a nice little pom-pom that can be brushed out and whatnot. Kathy! They're really easy to make. I don't need that, I need this one. Essentially, all you do is, you just take, this is a 5x5 square of fur, and you just do some loose stitching around the, what the hell? Around the outside edge to be able to cinch it together. That's about it. And we're going to take this needle doesn't like to pull I had a pair of pliers. Oh shit, fell off my chair. This doesn't like to pull two strands of anything. I had a pair of pliers. Where did my pliers go? Husbands and children, let me tell you. So he put them back where they belonged. That's all that happened there. Oh, really? Balls. Okay. You can. But I mean, it's still around pom-pom, so it's just when you go cutting the faux fur, the fur gets everywhere, so that is kind of the problem. The least amount of cutting I have to do on these things, the better. think I'm just going to tie a knot in this. I think if I had a bigger, I think I just needed a bigger needle. I don't know where my big doll needle is, but it's not where I need it to be. Anyways. And there are, I just found a video on YouTube on how to make these, is all I did. Some people do the whole, I just got it in my eye. You can put, there was one video that I watched that the lady that was making it, she put the little elastic in the middle of it. You can sew an elastic in the middle of it, and all that jazz. So, alrighty. So there's our pom-pom. And these, I like this faux fur a lot better than the ones that I bought. Just because it lays a lot better. And let's see here. Does this have a bad side? Kind of, but kind of not. Oh, that right there would be perfect. That's the perfect spot right there. Alright, so this is what we're going to do. We're fixing to attach the hat. So typically the ones that I do, they've got the little elastic in them. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go under that little, oh, okay. Yeah, I realized that after I cut through it, but yeah. So I just went under this stitch here, and then we're going to take our needle and we're going to go back up through the top of our hat. So the elastic, you would just take and run your needle through that elastic. And then secure it down. Some people use buttons, some people use snaps. If you want to make it removable, I don't make them removable. And then I tie a knot in it to kind of just hold everything in place a little bit better. So we've got him kind of cinched down a little bit there, so and then I just take the same yarn that I pulled through, and that's what I use for the hanger as well. I don't run twine or anything like that through it. What? That's okay. My whole phone turned off a while ago, and I don't even know why. Yes. Yes. Because if you didn't, it would be too big. Alrighty. So we're gonna move you out of the way. they would be different sizes. Like if you tried making one of these on the big Sentro, it would be like an adult-sized hat. Fluff. Fluff. I have 3 different sizes. That's great. That's great. You have it running on 2 phones. And for this size, for this little size gnome, I use the 1 inch. Let's see, they are ball knobs. They're 1 inch ball knobs. You can get these at Hobby Lobby in a package of 16. I did around 60. Essentially, I kind of stopped counting because I just run it until the tube kind of like lays on the table. Oh yeah, this is my latest obsession too, so don't feel bad. I dropped a hot glue stick. Where did it go? I'll just get another one. Alrighty. Whatever. And then I just kind of find a strategic little place to put the nose. I'll get the nose up underneath the hat. One or 3. The pattern for the hat with the stripe on the brim. Okay, which one? I think they all have stripes. So there's the messy bun hat, then there's the regular beanie, we've got Sally Ragdoll beanie, the blue one. Okay, so are you wanting to the actual recipe, or just the row count? So it is 104 rows total. So what I consider the accent color, since these are Hogwarts House beanies, you know, your main color is going to be either the blue, the red, the yellow, or the green. And then your accent color is going to be whatever you put on the inside. So your accent color is 52 rows for the inside. Then your next color, your main color, is going to be 13 rows, 5 rows, 3 rows, 5 rows, 13 rows, 5 rows, 3 rows, and 5 rows. And that is the same for the regular beanie as well. Both of the beanies use the same pattern, but one is just stitched open at the top and the other one is not. And I think I've been holding his nose on there for long enough. Okay. You're welcome. And then, like, the way I come up with some of my color variations is really simple. It's, you know how many rows you need. So we have 104 rows, and we know that we're going to end up shoving half of it back up inside of the other. So we just divide that by 2. So your inside color is going to be 52. Or if you want to make it reversible, then, you know, however you want to do that. And then for the outside colors, I just divide everything by 52 to come up with even row counts. And then if I can't come up with an even row count, I will add or subtract. Typically I subtract, because you add it, it's going to be longer than, you know, what you would typically want it. And like that. That's kind of how I come up with my patterns. Alrighty, so there he is. He's beautiful, and I really like using the longer fur because he just looks he just looks a little more crazy. Just a little more crazy. I'm running out of room on my tree. I got this little tree at a yard sale, I think. So yeah, that is how we make a gnome. I am going to spend the next couple of weeks on a short little vacation of sorts, and I am going to work on getting some videos made up, is what I'm going to do. Yeah, I think he'll look good right there. I may as well stick my Grinchy on here while I'm thinking of it. And then we will get back at it. And then this time we actually will make a Slytherin messy bun. I hope that's enough silver. Oh, I have another roll. And like I said earlier, out of these 2 skeins of yarn that I bought, I can get multiple hats and beanies out of them, or ear warmers. Oh no, my battery's dead. Oh poop. Okay, baby Grinchy, you will just have to wait until later. I guess we'll plug it back in. So yeah, I will have plenty of videos and all that jazz. I just won't, I don't know. I just won't be making things in mass quantities, I guess, is what I won't be doing. My favorite yarn to use is, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. And actually, I've always liked that yarn, but that yarn goes through the machines a lot better. Is this a big one? Possibly. So, okay. I'm crazy and my yarns have to match. No, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. Thank you for the rose and the follows. Thank you guys for the likes and the follows. Alright, so we are going to get started on another Messy Bun beanie here. Where is my spray bottle? Actually, first I need to clean the bottom of this thing off. It's leaking oil like crazy. Thanks for joining. Glad you could stop by and have some fun with me. Okay. That was kind of gross. I got oil leaked all over my arm and hope it didn't get all over the couch. Okay. Alrighty, so now I'm going to spray my feet because it sticks to the table better when it's wet. Nice and tight on there. Clean up my mess here. Alrighty. This one is 48. And we are going to start off with Tammy, you need to get one of these. Okay, so we're going to start off with our waste yarn, our scrap yarn, our junk yarn, whatever you want to call it. And we are going to, that's what we're going to cast on with. Because these are Messy Bun hats. They need a little extra attention. And since I use my waste yarn over and over and over, it's all cut to about the same length. So I'll get several rows around it. Most people say 5. I do like 6 or 7. Just because I want to have that very distinct barrier. No. Okay, it's not the word junk at all. It's just the way the lady was saying it. Like, I don't know. Her voice kind of got on my nerves anyway, so. You know, it kind of, I don't know. I'm being mean. I should stop. Yeah, I completely understand that. Alright, so now we're going to put our, what I like to call our zipper in here, because we just pull this one out and then this just falls right off, just amazingly. And that's only one row. I'm not sure what just happened here. Okay, well, we're not going to do that. We just skipped a whole bunch of rows, and I don't know why. It's fine. It's okay. Of course you can. You can make blankets with one of these machines. You can make stuffed animals with one. God, that faux fur is still flying around in my face. I think it's in my eyeball this time. I stood here the other night and I literally casted yarn on for 20 minutes because it just wasn't going on right. I don't know why. I was having a moment. We'll put it that way. It was a moment. Alrighty, everything looks like it went back into place like it was supposed to this time. Alrighty, resetting my counter. Where's the end of this yarn? Oh man. I lost it. Duty, I lost it. There it is. There it not is. It needs to be going the other way. There we go. Perfect. Alright, again, we're going to... I do. The schedule is going to be changing at the beginning of the year. Right now, I am doing lives from 11 to 2, just about every day. I typically will post in my Facebook group when I'm not going to do one, because there are days where I just don't. But I typically do them every day. Central. I am in Oklahoma, so I am Central Standard Time. betcha. I have the drill attachment, and I have a motor that goes on it as well. I am an hour behind you. It's only 12:10 here. But like, yeah, this thing is super duper loud though. I still have my plug-in. But it plugs in, you turn it on, and then this right here, you still have a hand crank because you still have to hand crank to cast on, but this right here is what turns it on. And you can adjust your speed. Right there it didn't sound very loud, but once it's on the machine, it is hella loud. They have these for, when I bought this one, it asked me if I wanted the 40 or the 48. So I guess there's a little bit of a difference. Newbie advice. Go slow. Don't be upset if it doesn't turn out right the first time, because it does take some learning. And your yarn selection for sure. My machine likes yarn from Hobby Lobby, and it likes, occasionally, it likes the big twist yarn from Joann's. And pay attention to what you're doing. Like, even though I ran this through I rewound this spool of yarn into a cake, it still had a knot in it. But I'm not all too sure that it didn't make that knot itself. You haven't even got it out of the box yet? That is funny. I don't understand that. And I don't mean anything by it, but like when I do my embroidery streams, people are always saying, I bought this machine 5 years ago and it's still sitting in the box. And I'm thinking, the cheapest embroidery machine is $400 and it's still sitting in the box. I have to play with all of the toys now, damn it, now. I have both of them. So the 48 pin is for hats. The 40 pin is what I use for ear warmers. And then the 22 pin is kind of useless. It's a Porter cable drill with the attachment on it. I got this drill at Lowe's when I worked there. Aww. I'm so sorry. This is the only place that I have in my house to put this, because it's the only thing that it will sit on and not move. Thank you guys for the likes and the follows. That is typically the kind of yarn you're using. Like, not every kind of yarn can be used on one of these machines. I don't know. Let's see here. My battery is a 20-volt battery. But, like, this one has different speeds on it. It's got, like, 22 different speeds. They sell, I saw on Amazon, they have these little bitty, teeny tiny drills for, specifically for these machines. But I honestly, I don't use the drill very often. I don't particularly care for it. What happened here? Looks to me like a little kitty cat decided he was going to play with my yarn. An electric screwdriver. That's interesting. You're welcome. Thank you guys for the follows. I do not have an Addy. They're kind of expensive for me. I mean, let's face it, I've already broken one of these because I used it too much. And I say already, I've only been doing this for just a couple of months, and I broke it. This was about $60 on Amazon. It is a Sentro knitting machine, and Sentro is spelled with an S. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but like the handle broke. A domestic engineer. Why not? I'll take it. This one is a 48-pin Sentro knitting machine. Sometimes they're referred to as needles as well. Needles, pins, thingies that go around, you know. This one, and it does have enough to where there's a little bit of a cuff at the top of it. I don't particularly like a lot of a cuff. A Sentro knitting machine is what this is. She is pretty cute. I love her. And then we've got Wednesday, which I need to get cracking on some more ear warmers. Like, I made 10 Wednesday ear warmers, and they're all gone already. They're not patches, they're felties, and I make them myself. I digitize and all that jazz. But I do sell them, so if you have an embroidery machine, you can buy the design file and stitch it out yourself, or I do stitch them out and sell them in sheets of 4. Like, I just sent it back to Amazon, and they sent me another one. I do have Grinch. I do some customs. Here's one of my Grinchies. I do some custom. Right now I am not doing custom, because I don't have time. I have a Brother PE800 5x7 machine, and I have a Brother SE625 sewing and combo machine. I cannot make them with SVGs. I can make them with the PNG file that comes with the SVG. My machine makes popping noises every once in a while. The other 22-pin machine that I have was making a really bad popping noise, and it was because there was like plastic pieces in the gears. If you can make it a PNG, then I can try to digitize it for you. And I say try because sometimes some files just don't work very well. There's too much detail. Like, details may need to be edited out. I like my 800, and I think I paid like $900 for my 800. The 900 is the brand new. It's brand new, so it's going to be relatively pricey. And honestly, when they come out with new model numbers like that, the only difference is you're just getting a couple different fonts and a couple different built-in images. That's about it. So there's not really a software upgrade or anything like that. It's just fonts. Oh. Well, hell yeah. I hate cutting jump stitches. Like, if I didn't have to cut another jump stitch in my life, I would be happy. But, like, they just came out with the 900, like, a week after I bought my 800. So, I couldn't convince my husband to let me take it back and get the 900. Yeah. that's a decent price. But yeah, I couldn't convince him. I barely convinced him to let me have a second machine. Because my house is small, and until some children move out, we don't have much room. Yeah, you would need to take apart your machine and clean it. It depends. If it is just a solid single color, no pom-pom, anything like that, $8 to $10. The more colors and the more frills and all that jazz, like this one would be a $20 hat. The messy bun beanies are a $20 hat just because there's more that goes into making them. You're still in the convincing stage. Well, a lot of my convincing was throwing a fit. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, I threw a 2-year-old temper tantrum. My first machine was in the shop, and I had to have another machine because I had orders that were starting to kind of pile up. Because, you know, they tell me, oh, you'll have your machine back in about 2 weeks. Bullshit, it was 2 freaking months. 2 months! They had my other machine. And after the first month, I was just like, I was getting pissed. So he was working in the city one day, and he went up to just check on it. It's like, we live about an hour outside of Oklahoma City, so we don't get to the city very often. And he travels for work, so he went up there to check on it, and they, you know, tried to convince him that he needed a big multi-needle machine, but so yeah, instead he told me that I could have the 800, and I was like, okay, I'll take it. And he was like, now, is this going to improve your attitude any? I said, well, you won't see me for a while, so it should improve a lot. So, yeah, and you know, honestly, I have doing my live streams when I embroider. A lot of people come in and they say, well, I've had this machine for 2 or 3 years and I've never used it. It's still in the box. And I'm like, how does that happen? But then a lot of people, they buy the machines and then they're like, well, it's intimidating. I don't know how to use it. Which, okay, I get that. But I'm a jump on in and learn it. So and this is kind of what I did when I was looking for my machine to begin with. I went to a machine shop, the machine shop that, you know, I get repairs and stuff done at. And some machine shops will let you test out a machine. They'll like let you go in and, you know, just kind of do some testing and stuff like that to see, you know, if you like it. So you may look for machine shops near you and see if they will allow you to test anything out before you purchase anything. I have one that is just an embroidery, and then I have one that is the combo machine. And if we're going to be honest, the combo machine, I've never sewed with it. I have a sewing machine. So, I've never sewn with it. So, to me, it's all on your personal preference and if you would use it or not. You know, a lot of places have closed down. I used to have a machine shop here in town, and my sewing machine is a Bernina, and they are a Bernina authorized dealer, authorized to work on and all that good stuff, and I took my machine over there and they were closed. So I have a sewing machine that needs to be serviced and nobody to service it. And like, I Googled last night because I was like, okay, how old is this thing? My sewing machine is about 40 years old. It's kind of old. But I'm okay with it. Okay with that. Alright, so I've got those beanies done. Perfect. Okay. I'm to the point where I'm just piling yarn wherever I can find a spot for it at the moment. Because it all gets used, it all gets used. That is absolutely true. This is a Sentro Knitting Machine. Yeah, like when I was doing research and all that stuff for my first embroidery machine, I was like, okay, you know, I know that I have to oil my my sewing machine. So I was like, okay, you know, how hard is it to oil your machine? You don't oil certain embroidery machines. Like, you oil your industrial machines, the big multi-needle machines, but that's it. Like, the machines that I have, they're all plastic parts. And I was like, what the crap? Because my sewing machine is so old, I know that things do need to be oiled. And I've got this really pretty, we're fixing to make a rose-colored beanie here. And it's really pretty. You've got this nice, this is Prima Ballerina. And I love this yarn, and it says it's just print. But it's like a heathered print, I guess. It's really pretty. And then I got a solid color to go with it. Hello, how are you? Thank you for the follow. Oh, wow. So, I messed this part here up, so I'm just undoing it. And that's the fun thing about, you know, if you mess something up, you can just unravel it. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but guess what? You can just unravel it and go about your merry way. So this one is going to be pretty straightforward. It's just going to be 2 colors. And I really don't even leave that long of a tail for these because I'm just going to cut it off anyway. But I do have a really pretty pom-pom that actually came in the bag of mess that I bought. It's a rose-colored pom-pom. Everything will be the same. Yay! This is a very good starter machine. The 48 pin has the row counter. The 40 and the 22, they do not. You would have to buy an aftermarket counter, just like this. And I have one on this machine because the built-in counters, they are not exactly accurate. This machine makes beanies, yes. This is the 48 pin machine, and we are fixing to make some beanies here. And all of my beanies and stuff I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. It glides through everything so nicely. And then of course there's the drill attachments and stuff like that you can get, so you don't have to use the hand crank. There's even a motor that you can put on it. I prefer just doing the hand cranking, because with either one, you still have to wait on a machine to stop, where I can just stop, take a look, make sure my stitches are good and all that. Yes. For this one's going to be a beanie with a pom-pom on it, so I don't need to use the scrap yarn. You know, I don't know why, but I never think to use eBay. You are probably using a yarn that it doesn't like. You have to kind of stop and think about these machines as having a mind of their own. And Red Heart yarn is absolutely terrible. The Walmart yarn that is their Mainstays brand, it's really kind of stiff. It doesn't particularly like that yarn. Oh, well, that's odd, because that's all I use. Now, is it a solid color, or is it like a patterned color? Because some of those patterned colors, it doesn't like the pattern colors either. I don't mind answering questions. No big deal. So, I do 100 rows for a headband. I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. And this one is in the color Rosy Cheeks. I know it got kind of dark in here for some reason, so you really can't tell. It's actually about the color of the machine. And then once we get 52 rows of this, we're going to stop and we're going to do 52 rows of this heathered pink color. You know, I have heard that some of them hate I Love This Yarn, and they love Big Twist. Mine doesn't do the self-striping very well either. This is a 48-pin Sentro Knitting Machine. That's, I don't know. It may be the machine itself, because I know the other 22-pin machine that I have, there were barbs all over the pins and stuff like that. You use scrap yarn for the headband. I typically do about 6 or 7 rows of the scrap yarn before I put my main color on. And then I do 100 rows. And then within that 100 rows, if you wanted to do the math and come up with stripes or of different colors or whatever, and then I do another 6 or 7 rows on the end of scrap yarn. And it may be the crank. Because, like, if it's kind of sticking, then that's going to cause jumps and bumps and dips and all that kind of crap here, too. And that could be part of the problem as well, is having just stuff built up inside of it. I've got this weird stripe going on through here, and those aren't tucked stitches, those aren't anything, it's just a weird, I don't know. No, there shouldn't be an echo. My heater just turned on. You're welcome. That's odd. oil my machine like once a week, depending on how much I've used it. But like, you can over oil it. Like, I'm kind of having a problem right now where it's actually leaking out of the bottom. Is this a now color or a new color? These two colors are very, very similar. One is this right here is a solid pink, but the one that I just put on is like a heathered pink. It's a touch bit darker. Yeah, that would be the oil. No, you're fine. I can read between the lines. But yeah, I haven't oiled this one in a minute. Oh, I can't knit to save my life. I cannot knit to save my life. I can knit stitch, fine. But when it's coming to the purling part, I cannot purl a stitch to save my life. And so I just said, fuck it, I'll get a machine to do it for me. Yep, you just add the next color, and then you get a couple rows down, and then you just tie it off. Like, when I say this is super simple to do, like, these are actually listed as toys on Amazon. My 6-year-old nephew, he's actually the one that gave me the idea to make the gnomes. So, like, this is actually his idea, because he's so stinking smart. But, like, yeah, that's his idea for the little gnomies. And he's 6. He made most of the hats. He made the little snowman. He made the little snowman himself. And then I just crocheted the scarf, because it has to have a scarf. Stuffing. Oh, okay, so the hat has stuffing in it, and this is faux fur. You can buy pom-poms like this. I bought a big bag of pom-poms, and I'm using the ones that aren't going to be good for hats. Like, I have absolutely no idea what I would do with a pom-pom this color on a hat. I think it would look ugly. So I'm using them as crazy gnome beards. You're welcome. Yeah, this is super duper simple. About the hardest thing to deal with is when you skip stitches and drop stitches and all that stuff, fixing it to make it where it's invisible that you have fixed it, that's kind of the hardest part. And then, of course, you know, cranking the wheel by hand. I prefer to do it by hand. That's just me. I have a drill attachment. I have a motor. I'm not really a fan of either. I will use the motor if I'm just doing solid colors, because the crank here, it just comes right off, and that motor just fits right up here. If I'm doing solid colors where I don't have to change any yarn or anything like that, then I will use the motor all day long. It just plugs into the wall, and you can set however fast you want it to go. And yeah, but the motor's really loud and I don't like it. But it does make it nice because you don't have to make sure that the machine itself is secured down to anything. Hello. I use, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. Yeah, any of the parts that go out on one of these machines where they wear down, you can get them on Amazon. Even hand cranking, if I'm just not on a live stream where I'm stopping, answering questions or anything like that, it takes me maybe 25-30 minutes to make a beanie. It doesn't take that long at all. Mine is the same way. The colored, like the ones that are supposed to be like self-striping and stuff like that, some of them work well, some of them do not. Like, I had this one and I'm so just, it's a black, pink, and gray, and it's really pretty, but I don't even get like 2 rows in before it starts dropping and skipping. Yeah, you can buy, you can get replacement row counters for the actual one that's in the machine, or you can buy aftermarket counters. I get mine on Amazon. This one like this, it's got, this is your screen, and it's got a It's like a little tube that comes up on the bottom of it, and then there's a magnet that goes around that does the counting. I think those were like 13 bucks on Amazon. I add one over. I've tried doing it on the same one, and I don't know. I don't particularly care to do it that way. But, I mean, everybody has their own preference. That's just my preference. When I bought these, they didn't have those. Because I was looking for those. But yeah, they didn't have them. They were, like, sold out or something. They had the listing for them, but they were out. Or it said no stock available, I guess, is what we'll say. So yeah. These bigger ones were my only option at the time. And I never even thought to look on eBay for anything. I don't ever think about looking on eBay for anything. Fair Isle pattern. I don't guess I know what that is. Alrighty. Hi, Muppet. What are you doing, beautiful? Hmm? Did you take a nap? Alrighty, so here's our pom-pom. It looks a little rough now. I will comb it out here in just a second. I did 104 rows for the hat. I take and when I do my striping and stuff like that, I just do the math and calculate however many stripes and stuff like that. Actually, I think that was just water. Alrighty, so I think that was water. It came up pretty easy because I spray the feet with water to stick it down. Alrighty, so give it a 104. 104. You're welcome. dog is staring at me so intently. Like, I'm supposed to know what it is. Oh, don't you start whining! Don't you start whining, because then you'll get him started, and I don't want to deal with him. Do you guys want to go outside? Thank you guys for the follows. Alright, so we just have it all cinched up. And then we just take and I'll tie several little knots in it just to make sure that we're all nice and secure. You guys can wait just a second. Okay, so now we don't need such a long tail or anything. I will cut it off. Alright, so now I have got my pom-pom. Gotta find the, oh, you're so pitiful. Am I not paying attention to you enough? Am I not paying attention to you? My little guy is a needy baby, greedy baby. So obviously it does not look all that great. It looks pretty rough. These were supposed to be the ones that you could take and just blow dry and they would be beautiful, but they're not. So taking the comb to it works pretty good. Perfect-ish. Not 100% perfect, but it's perfect-ish. Now, I do not do the whole button or anything like that. I just sew it on. So, I'll take and the little elastic that's there, I just run it through, and now I will take and go back down the center here and pull pretty tight. Pull on it pretty tight. And then I'll flip it inside out. And I will sew one way, because that cinches it closed a little bit better. Then I'll grab another piece of it there. See, I thought about, there was I had also saw a tutorial on YouTube. I go to YouTube for everything. If I don't know, I will go to YouTube. And they were showing how you can make your own. You have to have a certain kind of button though. But you can do your own. And you know, the last couple of markets I was at, I asked people, you know, would you rather they be removable or stationary? And more people didn't want to bother with taking them off. So that's kind of how I came to the decision of just leaving them, is because the people I talked to didn't seem to really care about taking them off. I had one lady, she was like, hell no, leave that sucker on there. I don't want to have to worry about if my kid takes it off at school or anything like that. I'm like, okay, you know, it makes a little bit of sense. And there we have it. We've got our nice little rose-colored hat. I know this color is really hard to see, but yeah. Yeah. And just like that, we have a nice little, it's just kind of like a solid color heathered hat. Yep. And I do believe that is going to be it for me today. I've got two big whiny babies down here that want to go outside and play. So I will be back on tomorrow. Not exactly sure what I will be doing. I do have some hair clips that I need to get stitched out and made. But yeah. So I had fun with you guys today. I'm glad you all got to join me. If you want to stay in the loop of things, I do have a Facebook group. It is not just, I don't do just hats. I embroider and I make soap and hair bows and hair accessories and scrunchies and all of the things in life and all that stuff. So yeah, if you guys want to join, keep up with the coupon codes. I post coupon codes in there too. And anytime I'm going to run a sale, my Facebook group is the first ones to know. So, and they get notified a day before everybody else when I run a sale. So, things to think about, y'all. So anyways, I had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope I helped you learn something. If not, I'm sorry. I'm not a very good teacher, but yeah. So I will see everybody again really soon. I do have a social media Linktree. All of my social media links are in my Linktree on my bio. So yeah, follow all the follows, like all the likes, and I will see everybody again later. Happy crafting, everybody!